You all, and welcome to the Educational Skills PDC. If you bear with me, I've done quite a few of these meetings, as you can imagine, in the last few months. But it's the first time I've chaired a meeting, so it's a learning curve for me as well as you. Obviously, welcome you all back. First meeting since the lockdown began, and I think we've all been through an experience none of us would want again in the last 2 months. So it's good to see people back together after that. The first item on our agenda is apologies for absence. Gareth, any apologies?
I've had it from Nick Williams, that's all, Chairman, because he's on leave today.
And then the disclosures of personal prejudicial interest.
Yeah, could I say Miles Langston as well?
Miles Langston.
Okay, thank
Anyone
you.
else? If not, item 2, disclosures of personal prejudicial interest. Anyone?
No.
And then the minutes of the previous meeting, which was on the 11th of March. They've been circulated. Are you happy with the minutes that they presented? Somebody move.
Move.
Agreed. Okay.
Agreed.
Looking back at that meeting, obviously we were looking towards moving towards a report to Cabinet on the work that we'd done for a number of months prior to that meeting on the Swansea preparedness for the new curriculum. We were looking at things like the creation of a Swansea professional learning community, data monitoring priorities, dissemination system, and coordination of the work on the ground. And I think almost immediately after that meeting, we went into a lockdown situation, and I know each one of our officers was then deployed on other urgent work, which had to take priority. So Helen, I'll turn to you in terms of understanding where we are, and obviously the committee sympathises and recognises where we are. But if you could just update us on where we are and what you see as the next steps moving forward from where we were on the 11th of March.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it's been a very turbulent time for education, and you quite rightly point out that we were poised to present you with a report in order for it to be approved by this committee and to take to Cabinet. Now that report will be forthcoming, and we've made provision for our one of our officers to provide that report to us by the 27th of July, so that we can catch up with the agenda that was set by this committee. But further to that, I think it's only right and proper for officers to provide this committee with some of the activities and opportunities provided by this crisis in terms of how we've continued with our schools to enable a few number of pupils to continue with their learning. So if you're willing, Chair, I would just like to outline some key objectives that we've planned for during the crisis and that are also pertinent to the work of this committee.
Sorry, when you say, just to catch up, the 22nd of July, what would be the circulation there? Would that be internally, would it?
Yes, just to clarify, the 27th of July, which is a Monday, that report will be available to circulate internally to this committee.
Right.
Whether you would like to request an extraordinary meeting of this committee to consider that draft report before it goes to Cabinet, that is also a consideration.
Yeah, I think let's park that for a minute, but that's certainly my thinking at the moment. But if you could then outline, as you're going to do, the work that's been done over the last few months rather, in terms of bringing the schools back, and as you say, I think that will be pertinent to the priorities for moving forward.
Thank you, Chair. So we adopted in Swansea as an education department a continuity of learning plan. And obviously the learning opportunities were limited, but certainly not impossible during the lockdown period. So our 10 objectives, I'll just run through them very quickly in terms of what the objectives were. Then I'll give you some key headlines from those objectives, and my colleague, our Senior Challenge Advisor, Damien Beach, will also assist with outlining some of the key points in those objectives. So when we started this continuity of learning plan, our key priority was to support digitally disadvantaged pupils in terms of the digital exclusion agenda. Our second priority was to provide advice and guidance to support families during this period in terms of the well-being of their children and family, and also the learning opportunities this crisis could afford us. Thirdly, we wanted to share our high quality resources and best practice. And I know this is a key theme from this committee, where the dissemination of good practice has been featured highly. We wanted to share that dissemination around how best to learn remotely. So we developed a strategy around distance learning specifically. I'll just go through the next ones. We also wanted to provide high quality continued professional development resources to our staff to enable them to assist with remote learning during this crisis. So that was very important to us. We also wanted to mitigate some of the gaps that this committee is very familiar with in terms of disadvantaged backgrounds. So our pupils with additional learning needs, and also those with English as an additional language. We're very keen to ensure that they were not disadvantaged adversely by this crisis. Also, we wanted to promote Welsh language, which is one of the key themes in terms of curriculum reform, to ensure that those learners who attend Welsh medium schools were able to continue as much as possible with learning Welsh, albeit not as an immersed model. We also wanted to provide advice and guidance to our governing bodies during this period, as we knew that governing body committees and governing body meetings were not as frequent maybe as they were during the period before lockdown. So we wanted to provide some guidance to our governing bodies. We also had to consider the reopening of schools, and the safe reopening of schools was our primary concern during the lockdown period. So this was a key objective. We also wanted to provide technical support in terms of our assessing of pupils in GCSE year groups, and teachers as well in terms of how to assess during this period where exams were not possible. And finally, we wanted to ensure that transition, particularly for primary pupils into secondary school, was as smooth as it could be during this very challenging set of circumstances. So those are the headline objectives. If I just give you some key points from one of the first objective, which is the digitally disadvantaged pupils. What we sought to do was understand really where the gaps were. Who are our families in Swansea, and we undertook a very big piece of scoping to ensure that we understood who didn't have connectivity and who didn't have the right kit, the laptops or the Chromebooks required for continuing with remote learning during the 3-month period that schools were shut. So that scoping exercise enabled us to deliver more than 500 pieces of repurposed kit to our families. So schools provided these laptops to families that needed them the most, and also we provided MiFi connectivity using a dongle system. So we are clearly meeting some of the obligations around digital disadvantage to make sure that we're closing that gap. Secondly, the advice and guidance to support families with wellbeing and learning in particular has been quite a miraculous turnaround of how we've operated. So we've undertaken some work that in normal circumstances might have taken a matter of months to achieve, whereas we've been providing advice and guidance to our families using our Swansea virtual learning platform. So it is called the Swansea Virtual School. If you haven't seen it already, I would recommend that members do have a look at it, because it has resonance with the work that we were intending to plan for our curriculum policy in terms of ensuring that best practice is shared as widely as possible. So that learning platform has been a miraculous turnaround in a matter of weeks, and we are very proud of what we have achieved around that. We were also able to provide continued professional development opportunities around blended learning and what the expectations were of how you deliver live lessons or recorded lessons to families and individuals, and obviously a lot of guidance around the safety element of doing that properly. We were also able to provide teachers with useful model lessons for them to use as part of our virtual school. So those three first objectives, we've achieved a lot in a small amount of time. I'll pass on now to Damien, our officer, to take you through the next point.
Thank you, Damien.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. So the objective I'll be talking to you about is to provide high quality CPD resources and opportunities for schools. So just some of the headlines again, that the building on what Helen said, the Swansea Virtual School and the various networks that we have in secondary and primary are being used to promote high quality CPD. It's linked to distance learning and general teaching and learning. The website is providing a lot of links for teachers and colleagues to access the latest research and some of the best practice for teachers. And the feedback from schools has been very positive thus far. With regard to some of the online activities, you know, some of it has been variable. Schools are recognising that, and they recognise there's a need to improve some of the quality of the online delivery as we all get used to the new normal, as they say. So, as Helen said, there's shared guidance on effective instruction, explanation, modelling and check-in is shared via the networks and through the Swansea Virtual School. We've held a successful couple of weeks ago, and there's one going on as we speak, actually, a webinar for teachers and schools to access. I think I'm right in telling you that over 300 Swansea teachers accessed the webinar a fortnight ago. That was around blended learning and some of the tools they can use on the Hub platform, like Flipgrid and Adobe Spark. And as I say, there's a webinar going on as we speak about, I think it's online sessions and developing that delivery tool in schools. How-to videos have been created and put together using software such as Screencastify, recordings in PowerPoint. So again, teachers, colleagues in Swansea can access those. And the Swansea Virtual School and the SCASEN network, which is the secondary senior leadership network, and the primary strategy group for continuity of learning, they're looking at sharing ways of best practice, and documents have been sent out to the primary schools which have highlighted some of the different strategies that primary schools in Swansea have used and what schools have found successful. And it also offers questions for schools to consider when they reflect on what learners perhaps have been accessing the activities really well, what learners perhaps haven't, what families have they engaged with well, what families haven't they engaged with well, and for them to consider what's worked and what hasn't worked. So that's been a useful document that we've shared with certainly primary schools, and the secondaries have done something similar. And there's questionnaires live at the moment for our schools, asking them for an update on has their practice changed, are there any resources that they feel would be worth sharing with other schools, any ideas that they feel others could benefit from. So that's live at the moment. So a huge amount of work has gone on, as Helen said, in a remarkably short amount of time.
Objective 5 focused on vulnerable learners, and this was one of our key priorities, not just in terms of seeing our most vulnerable learners receiving childcare in the schools that were open during the lockdown period. Obviously, all schools were closed for education, but they were open for childcare. Not all of our schools open for childcare, but as many as 67 at the highest point did. And then it petered down to about 57 schools remaining open for childcare. But our vulnerable learners, one of the primary concerns was mental health, the anxiety caused by this crisis, the effect of isolation on children, not being able to see their friends and their peers in school. So it was an important aspect for us to develop a very clear and coherent approach to mental health and well-being, so that children and young people could understand clearly where they could access support from, and for families to understand clearly where that support would come from, and for our schools also to understand that that support would be ongoing. Despite the fact the schools were shut for education, there was still a primary concern about the vulnerable children who are pupils in our schools. So that was an important aspect. We also developed, in terms of our additional learning needs children, a lot of resources to help families. We worked in partnership with the Parent Carer Forum as well, to ensure that additional learning needs families and their children received as much advice and guidance, which appeared on Swansea's virtual school as well during this period. I'll hand back to Damien then to speak about the Welsh language and how we tackle that issue.
Thank you, Helen. ERU, our region, has released resources to support parents with Welsh language support, and again we've shared that through Swansea Virtual School and through our networks. The Welsh team, our Welsh peripatetic team, they've provided lessons, 20+ lessons on occasions per week for the Swansea Virtual School website, catering for first and second language learners. They're referencing resources and suitable apps and websites through Chris Rees, our IT digital lead, in weekly communications to heads and coordinators. We've had 10 members of school staff who've been interviewed and accepted onto the 2020 and 2021 sabbatical course, so that increases our capacity in Swansea to deliver, high quality bilingual education. And we've linked with partners throughout Wales, if you like, one being Carly Gray from Book Trust Cymru. They're developing their resources with Pori Droi Story. And again, information has gone out to schools regarding that, and we've shared their Book Trust Cymru's PowerPoint and website. And YouTube videos from Mewn Cymeriad Theatre have been shared, and schools have found those useful. The Welsh team are helping translate resources and lessons for schools to develop their weekly challenges and lessons. And again, as mentioned earlier, regular updates to our curriculum leads in schools to tell them what resources are coming out thick and fast in some cases for them to access.
Thanks, Damien. One of the things we realised very quickly during lockdown, that new ways of working and our blended learning approach using digital technology and remote learning would become a new normal. And we are very cognizant of the fact that this will not disappear in September. Yeah. We anticipate that our blended learning approach will be perpetuated for even longer. And we were keen to communicate everything we did in terms of changing our approaches with our schools very often. Further to that, we wanted to make sure that governors were also on board. So when we were communicating with our schools, we were producing newsletters almost on a daily basis to make sure the schools had confidence and assurance during this challenging time. And towards the middle of the lockdown, we changed our tactics to make sure that governors were also receiving a newsletter. And also the virtual meetings with governing bodies took place with the director, and we were also encouraging those virtual meetings to take place around important matters with schools as well. So that was a complete different way of working in terms of providing support and guidance to governors. The next one is probably the most meaty element that we had to undertake in terms of how we looked at the operations around reopening schools. And Damien actually sat on a working group looking at the reopening of schools safely. So I don't know if you want to touch on that briefly, Damien.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. As you say, it's a very meaty, a huge amount of work carried out by this group. It's a big, large group, representatives from across the local authority in terms of officers, but also councillors. Transport are involved, catering are involved, cleaning, head teacher representatives from primary and secondary. So, you know, a large group. We first met back in May. We've looked at international evidence with regard to what other countries are doing. We've carried out risk assessment work and provided templates for schools to use, the feedback of which has been positive. There's been union involvement in creating these risk assessments as well, which has been very beneficial. Our legal officers have joined to provide support, as have HR officers, as we look to safely get staff back into schools. And of course, as I mentioned just now, looking at the huge issues presented at the moment with social distancing with regard to school transport. And Kath Swain and her team have been, working hard to overcome obstacles with regard to getting children to schools. We've canvassed opinions from every cluster, asking them what approaches they're going to be using when they do. This was before we returned to school on June the 29th. So prior to that, we were asking clusters, what are your plans? What are you going to be doing? Is there any good practice we can share? But also, are there common questions that you're asking us so that we can create a list of frequently asked questions and answers, which again, it's more efficient use then of officer time, that there's a one-stop shop, if you like, we can direct schools to go to get most of their, not all, but most of their questions answered. It was through the work of this group that the group wanted to canvass the opinions and views of parents and in terms of how many felt they would be sending children back, what their views were on continuity of learning and the offer from schools, etc. Lots of questions, and over 13,000 responses were received from the parents and families across Swansea. Just to give you some headline figures from that, with regard to continuity of learning and the offer from schools, at the time around 83% rather, of parents were quite happy with the offer from their schools, at that point in time. And in terms of who intended to send the children back, it was pretty evenly split, with a third was saying no, so a third was saying yes, and a third simply didn't know. They didn't have the information and needed more information from their schools, which, in fairness to the schools, a lot have. They've all communicated what the arrangements have been with their parents before reopening. I think you could probably guess the three letters that have taken up a lot of time as well is PPE. And what schools would need, and a huge task undertaken largely by Amanda Taylor and colleagues, with sourcing and ordering and providing each cluster with quite a considerable amount of PPE equipment, gloves, masks, aprons, etc., that supported the operational plan and the risk assessment. So that's been a big logistical task that Amanda has led. The health and safety subgroups, because this, as I said to you earlier, this is a large group, but quite a few subgroups have been created to make the work manageable, and the health and safety subgroup have worked hard to continue to update risk assessments and operational plans, and get that information out to school, whilst also being mindful of Welsh Government guidance when it's come out. Even now they're drafting plans for what it could look like in September, bearing in mind Welsh Government guidance when it comes out. So that group looked at the decision about the 3-week opening, and you know, the union involvement there, it does overlap with other groups, as you can imagine. And as I say, plans now are in place for, well, you know, what if it's a 2 metre model? What if it's a 1 metre model? What if it's a less than 1 metre model for September? So that work is ongoing. And well, and as you fully aware, schools are now reopen, and the feedback on the whole has been pretty positive. Schools are happy to be back, teachers are happy to be back, and the children and families that are back are also, you know, reporting positively that they're happy to be back. So the work, that group, just because schools are now reopened, that group still continues to meet, because we're looking now at what September is going to look like, and those plans of what will happen if we have to go into a localized lockdown, what will the processes be, and as I mentioned, what would it look like depending on whatever model Welsh Government instruct us to follow. So a bit lengthy, sorry Helen, it wasn't as brief as you wanted, but that's probably where a lot of the work has gone in.
Chair, just to touch upon 2 final points then. Obviously, the Year 11 cohort in Swansea for 2020 were assessed in terms of best fit for their grades in examinations that didn't take place. So it was a process of assessment where technical support was provided by the local authority. And for 2021, obviously, huge concerns about what exams will look like in 2021. And the local authorities worked with our secondary colleagues, secondary head teachers, to make sure that our views and opinions about influencing that change to how pupils will be examined in 2021 take shape. So we haven't had final announcements on that, but we've very much been feeding into that agenda. And then the final bit from us is how we worked with our primary schools to ensure that there was transition into secondary.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. Yeah, updates from here is that schools agreed in principle that pupils should experience some transition activity such as virtual tours and meetings, and our understanding is that these are available widely on schools' websites. There is interest in looking at some physical visits for vulnerable pupils, and Kate Phillips from the School and Governor Unit has been liaising with secondary schools to look at the issues related to vulnerable pupils in Year 11 who might be leaving school. In June, there was a Welsh Government virtual open day, and all relevant schools were uploaded to Welsh Government Career Wales and the virtual open day website. And in July, Fiona Beresford from Swansea's, she's Swansea's SEREN coordinator, she put together an excellent a presentation on stepping up to A levels and beyond, which will be which Dave Borden also had gave some input into. So transition activities are underway, not as we used to know them, obviously.
Thank you both for that. And can I start off by paying tribute to the work that you and your colleagues across the department have put into this, because I know how people have stepped up to the plate and gone not just the extra mile, but a lot of extra distance to minimise the impact of this crisis and deal with an unprecedented situation. And I've had the honour of attending some of the meetings, the return to school group. And I've seen for myself the level of discussion, the information sharing that's gone on in that forum, and different departments working with each other across education, across the authority. It's been a tribute to you all, and I think that should be minted, to be honest. How grateful we are for the work that's gone on. Des, you indicated you wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, can I thank Helen and Damien for their reports? Really encouraging to us as lay members to hear the work, the professionalism, the care in nature, the concern for the pupils that's going on in the background. It seems that a lot of the things that we have considered as a committee to to ask the cabinet to consider is suddenly is appearing, isn't it? There's been a concentration of minds and staff and from all levels have really stepped up to the plate and have thought what's best for the pupil and have promoted it and you know it's really encouraging for us to hear. I'm trying to think of a way forward for this committee. We need, I think, to all the things that we were considering and wanting to put in the report, it now needs to be sifted out, doesn't it? It's no good us recommending issues that schools have already and the department has already instigated. So through you, Chair, I think that may be the way forward. That we need to sift out now what's being achieved, what is being achieved, thought and carried on, and perhaps the few things on the end that haven't been considered.
Because I think some of the things,
I really I'd really like to echo your consideration, which you mentioned. Our thanks to the department and the schools are working really hard with the the thoughts and the consideration of the pupils at heart. Thank you.
I think some of what Damien in particular was describing, I think would have been things that the committee would have wanted to take forward, and or maybe we need to formalise them. But yes, it's good to see things being taken forward. And unfortunately, those under these circumstances, but they are being taken forward anyway. Lyndon, I'll call you in, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to thank the team, Nick Williams, Helen, Damien, and in fact all the teachers, because they really had to step up above the plate. A lot of stuff was new, we've been forced into because of the coronavirus. But gosh, I sit in the governing body of, like many of us sit in governing bodies, and all the things that you're talking about, I could see actually being fed through to the school and actually happening, which was actually tremendous. One of the things I'd mention, one of the big pluses of this is remote learning. And it's something we're forced, as I say, into doing, but it'll certainly help us in the future. And I think it's something this committee might like to discuss and how that's developed. But we've done a tremendous job. And I saw firsthand how Chromebooks and so on were given out to some parents who didn't have access and so on. But it really it'll give our pupils a real opportunity to engage with learning at home, and that can be used for homework and things for the future.
Mike Lewis.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I would echo Des and Lyndon's comments on the commitment of the team. But picking up on Lyndon's point about home learning, I think it was Helen that mentioned over 500 pieces of, or 500 pupils have been supplied with computer equipment. What I'd like to know is how was that funded, and is more ongoing funding available for more home learning
from the school?
Yes, I can state that we were pre-COVID already involved in a infrastructure project, which was significant in terms of Swansea's receipt of funding. Over 7 waves of funding or stages in terms of having more money. Obviously, some of that money has been utilised early in order for us to get those laptops out as quickly as possible. But that funding during this financial year is there and will be forthcoming. We've utilised it in a different way because of the crisis. And furthermore, we have a sustainability plan where this funding is coming to us from Welsh Government as part of the infrastructure grant. but that's not going to be there forever. So we are trying to encourage our schools to think sustainably of how they will fund their kit, their hardware in schools going forward. So it is part of a project that existed before COVID, but it will continue. And then afterwards, schools will need to really come on board with their own sustainable plans to take it forward.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to raise a point before we move on to look at?
Could I, Chair, please? Mike Durk it is.
Yeah.
I'm not going to thank everyone because we'll be here all night, do we, really? But I mean, as Lyndon said, I've seen firsthand the Dylan Thomas cluster, and particularly through my role as a community links governor, that's what they call me, in the school, in Gendros, absolutely blown away. And I'm talking about being blown away from already being impressed at a level with the dynamic approach that these people take with Dylan Thomas and Gendros and the wider cluster engagement. And this crisis, they've really stepped up to the plate in a very impressive way. And it's been wonderful to see that. But I've got to note the stresses that people have been under, massive stress. And some of the staff and school leaders have been very candid in saying how they've coped themselves with personal situations at home combined with the professional obligations. It's been hugely challenging. And what I'd like to note as we go forward is the opportunities that we've got to learn from the virtual learning experience that we've had that's been kind of thrust upon us. For the most vulnerable children, sometimes school isn't the best place for them to be anyway. So how can we look to educate these people outside of the school environment using virtual tools, but also the fantastic open spaces that we've got? Before lockdown, we had a meeting between Gendros School, Dylan Thomas School and Friends of Ravenhill Park. And one of the things that was raised there by the park volunteers is we've got a fantastic park on the doorstep to get young people out and about to learn in kind of outdoor classroom environments maybe. I remember years ago, the Football Association produced sporting documents linked to English literature and to mathematics. I think the ECB, the English and Wales Cricket Board, did something similar. So do it in the park, get them out and about, get them online, but make sure that they have opportunities to educate, that they engage with. So I think those are opportunities that were kind of been brought to the fore by this crisis, perhaps. Can I say one last thing? And that's about child protection. As we go forward, you know, we have to be very, and I know everybody is, about the switched on more than ever to the risks of child protection for vulnerable children in particular. And the focus on mental health and well-being has to be, for me, top of the list. I mean, over and above formal learning processes. That's it. I'll be quiet now. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mike.
Lyndon, want to come back?
Lyndon, you want to come back?
Well, I don't actually. I think my hand shouldn't be up.
All right.
I thought I took it down.
Does anyone else want to, if you put your hand up now or forever keep your peace? In which case, I'll call back Helen, because I think you alluded earlier about the steps that need to be taken, the things that need to be looked at by this committee moving forward, because we're going to be in unprecedented times. It's the post-COVID setting and what changes we need to start to think about to try and sustain the education and the school system as best we can, because, you know, we're not going to be going back to normal quickly, are we? I mean, we know schools have reopened, but I mean, there's a long way before we go back to the way it was in March of this year, if we ever manage to go back to those times. And in the meantime, we've got to make sure that those learning opportunities are there, that the children don't lose out. I think that's got to be the key to this. They don't lose out educationally, they don't lose out emotionally, and they don't lose out in terms of the social support they need. So, Helen, if you could just come in on that.
Yeah, just to say, obviously, we have to consider a recovery of education, maybe not to the format that we knew it as before this crisis started, but the recovery for all year groups to receive as much education be it in a blended form or in actual direct attendance in a school. We have an opportunity to reshape our ways of working. But just to touch upon what Councillor Dirk said in terms of the challenge, in terms of juggling many purposes, our education system is juggling childcare currently and may have to do that if the COVID increases in terms of incidence and the R rate. So we've got to consider that we're not out of the woods yet in terms of the purpose of schools and education. So we've got to think about the challenge posed by what is the purpose of education at the moment and our schools. We've got to consider that our vulnerable learners, those who have got health plans and specific issues, cannot physically attend. It's not as safe for them to do so. So we have to capitalise on the remote learning opportunities and improve them. And indeed our relationship with partners for our most vulnerable children with disabilities, the affordability, not fiscally, but the affordability of digital methods of therapy and to provide those therapies online. I think we have to consider all the new opportunities and the new thinking that this crisis has brought to the forefront. So it's not about going back to the way we were, it's about remobilising, reshaping and recovering into an education system that is fit for purpose in Swansea.
Absolutely. I think that raises issues around digital infrastructure, digital capability, how we support distance learning and so on, that I think is going to be a crucial part of that, along with other things like the school. Do we need to look at how we organise the school year? Those kinds of issues. The design of schools will need to be looked at. Do we want our schools are we building in future to be exactly the same as the ones we've had in the past? And I think all those are issues that need to be looked at. Some are immediate, some are perhaps medium term, and some are longer term. In terms of how the committee feels, are we happy to ask the officers to come back with a scoping report, looking at the range of issues that we need to be looked at, and bring some ideas forward by our next meeting? Is that something the committee would feel happy for us to do?
Yeah, that seems appropriate. Yeah.
One thing I did mean to ask you, Helen, was what information has been collected from schools now in the 3 weeks that they're open over the summer period, in terms of feedback of how it's gone and what the issues are?
Yeah, we have a range of methods to gather feedback, and this opportunity that obviously having to communicate in different ways with our stakeholders, it's given us a great ability to survey and to get questions answered very quickly. So we've got a range of surveys that can be issued and have been issued during the last few days as well, in terms of one, parental feedback that went out before the reopening, emotional health and well-being. We've got a survey ready for our schools to go out by the end of this week, really, to ensure that we are understanding what the concerns are. When we started the crisis as well, we had a red, amber, green rating of our pupils, and we surveyed right at the beginning of the crisis from our schools what they were most concerned about in terms of mental health, anxiety, right at the beginning of the crisis. We've gone back to revisit that with our schools to see that those families are still getting access to services, even if they're not in school. You know, we also have families with emerging concerns. Obviously, during this crisis, things were not the same in week 12 as they were in week 1. So we are continually monitoring and receiving feedback. We do have a very strong method of getting feedback from our primary and head teacher colleagues. We were holding an emergency education board as often as 3 times a week for the bulk of the shutdown or the lockdown, and that group still meets twice a week, and we receive feedback. So there are various methods to receive feedback. We've conducted virtual meetings with our head teacher colleagues, where we've had more than 100 colleagues in the same meeting. Similarly with governing bodies, that's been a good mechanism to canvass opinion and receive feedback. So we have become more of a listening education directorate than ever before because of the crisis, and long may that continue. I think our ability to get that information back quickly is much higher now.
Is that something you could collate and perhaps present as a summary report to the committee, so that members here are aware, you know, these are the issues that are being highlighted by the staff on the ground, and that will inform our discussions and some of the things we need to be thinking about how we help and respond to those issues. Is that something that could be done perhaps by early August?
Certainly, I think we have a range of different methods of gathering, not just surveys. It's specific meetings around mental health and well-being. It's specific meetings around the concerns the teachers are expressing around their professional ability to deliver their teaching and learning in a different way. Yeah. So, you know, they need continuous support to do that. So we have a range of different meetings, different surveys that we can compile into a compilation, really, of feedback for you to see.
Anyone want to raise any issues?
No, seems excellent idea, yeah.
Which brings us nicely to determining when we're going to meet, because I think that we need to give officers enough time, but then again, I think we need to get on with our work ourselves. Helen, you mentioned that report would be ready by the 27th of July, the previous report, which I think we need to consider as a committee. That's a Monday. Are members available on the 31st of July? And before we say that, Helen, would you be able to get the information collated by the 31st of July? Or is that asking too much?
No, it's wholly appropriate.
So you'll be able to do that?
Yes.
So looking at a meeting in a week.
So
3rd of August, so it's a month today, and in effect. So 5th of August?
4 weeks.
Are members okay with the 5th of August?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere.
Well, I don't.
Sorry. Hopefully.
Does that fit in with your timescales, Helen, the 5th, or is that too early? Is that a week too early?
The 5th of August is fine. I'm on leave then, but there will be an officer available, I would suspect, to be able to come back to the committee to have that draft report approved, and for you to receive the feedback information that we can provide to you.
I mean, I'm happy. It depends, Helen, on how whether you want to see it essential that you hear yourself, or you're happy to delegate that to someone else.
I'm happy to undertake the work and for that to be presented by a different officer.
Okay. So are we happy to go with the 5th of August?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Helen.
Same time, or do you want it to start earlier?
What time? Does it 4 o'clock suit members?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine.
Okay. Because I think
anytime suits me. Yeah.
That'll give us then the rest of August to move things forward, in readiness for September if we need to do that. But I think we really need to get hit the ground running on this. It's wonderful, as I've said before, what schools have been able to do.
Yeah.
All our education professionals, and if, you know, the professionals, and what they've been professional all through this. But we need to make sure as well that we're responding to and playing our own part in it. And I think it's important that we do that. So, unless there's any other business, any members got any other business, we will reconvene on the 5th of August, and
Yeah.
I think it's likely to be again by teams.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It's worked well today. So thank you all for your patience. It's like everything else, I don't think many of us have used Teams before, but for us as councillors, the days of going to Cardiff for an hour's meeting are long gone with this. And it's the same with schools in a different way. The traditional ways of working, I think, are going to have to be at an end, because they've had to become at an end, and people have started to think about alternatives. And perhaps we've come out the stronger because of it. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye,
Chair.
everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.